Okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and share this live stream with my patrons, and then we shall get started. Shouldn't have any users right now. Let me go and tell people that I'm streaming, and then we shall get started. So let me go on my Patreon real quickly, create a new event, and it's going to be a live stream. YouTube, okay, pasting my thing, then 3D modeling the Earth Elemental. Come, and then free access, of course. Come on over as I make the new Earth Elemental. Expect smooth jazz, relaxing banter, and free 3D art. I'll post the free files later today on my page. Okay, and I'll just include the artwork of the creature just so people know what I'm making, and then I'll add it to the Monster Manual collection, and then I think that should be it. All right, let's go ahead and publish. Alrighty, there you go. All right, let me go ahead and let folks know. Hello, everyone. The live stream has begun as I work on the new Earth Elemental. And publish. All right, I guess I'll let Blue Sky know. All right, let us go ahead and begin. Alrighty. Oh, it looks like I got some people joining in already on the TikTok portion. Hello, friends. So, let us begin. Hi, this is MZ4250 here, and I am going to be making a Earth Elemental. This is going to be a free 3D printable miniature to add to my collection of thousands. And yeah, it should be a lot of fun. So let's go ahead and get started, shall we? First, I'm going to bring in the large creature size marker so I know how much space I need to work with. Next, I'm going to import a base circular object, so that way I can get started on making this thing. Hello there, low cocktail guy. I met another guy in my town that also is a patron of yours. Oh, that's cool. Small world. Anyway, let's go ahead and make this into an Earth Elemental. Alrighty. So first things first, let's go ahead and subdivide this a couple of times. Let's move out the vertices. And actually, wait, you know what? On second thought, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this differently. Let's go ahead and get the most basic shape down first, and then we'll worry about, you know, things like size and shapes and limbs and details. So this creature is very much going to be bursting out of the ground. Definitely going to do something like that for sure. Definitely like the aspect of it, just bursting out of the ground. Kind of like the like similarly looking, kind of like the previous elementals, like the water elemental from the previous book, where it's just kind of just this big hulking mass that's just bursting out of its original source and wreaking havoc wherever it goes. I like the idea of that. It's kind of cool. But yeah, so hello friends. I'm on TikTok as well as on YouTube today, so we'll see. The TikTok live streams don't really go anywhere though. It's just neat. Hello friends, thanks for joining. Just here making some 3D art. Hope you're having a good day. Hello. Welcome. So yeah, just gonna make some art today. Making a nice 3D printable earth elemental. Should be fun. Should be fun indeed. So like with all 3D objects, you start with the most basic shapes first, and then you work your way down to the very basic details. So basic shapes, followed by various other details. So let's see how this goes. But yeah. Hope you guys are good today. I'm doing pretty good too. Had a pretty nice morning. Did a nice workout, had some coffee. It was good. It's awesome to see these free mods you put out, man. Can't thank you enough. Hey, I do what I do. Oh, well, thank you there, Rice King. I appreciate it. I do what I do. I love my work. I love having the minis I need for my own games. Whenever the DM needs something specific. And when I'm a DM, I like always having the creative freedom that I need. So yeah, it works. It works pretty well. I don't make terrain very often because that's a field that's already heavily oversaturated. If you go on Thingiverse, there's plenty of people who have made all of those things that you have discussed, so it's redundant for me to bother making that stuff. So that's why I don't bother making terrain, because there's really no point. It's been done. Hey, Boo.
Hi, Boo. The music's a little too loud.
Oh, the music's a little too loud?
At least on TikTok.
On TikTok? Okay. I can lower it. Thank you. Where is my TikTok control? Here it is. Sorry, folks on TikTok. I hope that worked out. Anyway, but yeah, I don't make terrain. There's really no point in making a terrain. So, yeah, I don't bother because there's no need. So if I lowered the music there, that means that the desktop audio... No, desktop audio is already too loud. Never mind. Anyway, what resin printer do you use? I use a Anycubic Mono 7 Pro. Yeah. I actually don't remember its full name. What is it? Here it is. The Photon Mono M7 Pro. There you go. I had to walk over my desk and look at it. Yeah. Anycubic's a good company. I've had only success with them. So yeah, I do like them. They're all right. I just printed your Shambling Mound, working on Lizard Folk Army now. I have a Swamp Encounter. Ooh, fancy. Well, I wish you luck with that. Yeah, the Shambling Mound from the 2014 collection, I don't know. I don't think I need to update that. I think it's pretty perfect just the way it is. It's my opinion anyway. Something tells me when I get to letter S in the Shambling Mound, I'll probably just skip it completely. But we'll see. We'll see. How many fingers does this thing have? 1, 2, 3? Let's go with 4 just in case. I use the Mono 6K something. Okay. FDM as well. I just found out recently, been enjoying seeing your models. So far, my favorite I found was a goblin on the toilet. Yeah, that goblin on the toilet was a really silly thing. Also, I think it's actually three fingers in total. I'm okay with that. It's a little odd, but I can work with that. But anyway, yeah. That thing was very silly. The toilet goblin. I don't know what I was thinking. Well, okay, actually, I do know what I was thinking. I was thinking, this is a patron request, and this is what they wanted, so they're going to get what they asked for. Duh. So the people that are on TikTok that are joining, thanks for joining. If you're wondering what's happening here, this is a 3D modeling live stream. I am MZ4250, and I make free 3D printable minis for the world to enjoy. I use these minis in my own games when the DM needs the minis. And when I'm the DM, well, I always use these because that's just how I roll. But yeah, if interested in watching how a creature is made in the 3D space, then sit down, relax, grab a cup of coffee, and, chill out. And if you're not interested, you just want to have some nice music in the background while I make some free art, and, there you go. And to the YouTube folks that are tuning in right now, hello, hello. You guys know what's up. Y'all already know what's going on, given, I'm pretty sure you're all patrons. Since you're all patrons, I assume. Anyway, hey, I just found about you. Oh yeah, Goblin. Do you run D&D 5e in your personal games? I don't run my games right now. I am not the DM. The DM is a friend of mine, a really good friend of mine. But normally I do 5e. And I guess the next time I run a game, it'll be the newer system, so we'll see how that goes. Well, hi, dear. Oh.
The latte is too foamy, but you can see the shadow of a heart.
Oh, thank you. Double caffeination. Thank you, I love you.
Oh, Katie, that was a horrible sound.
My wife loves me. But anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, my own games. Yeah. I run 5e normally. I'm assuming next game that I run will be the new system. I got the books already. And it's not too much of a deviation from the original system, so we'll see. Low carb cocktail dude asks, toilet goblin is printed 4 inches tall and sits in the back of my toilet. That's fantastic. You're silly. What character are you playing in your buddy's game? Currently I am playing a human paladin. This teenage plucky lad who is, just trying to do his best. Let me go ahead and extend this creature forward a little bit. Since this creature is a little bit longer than you think. That seems about right. But yeah, I'm playing a human paladin. He's a teenager, a plucky young fella. He's just trying to make the world a better place. I'm gonna deviate slightly from the artwork and angle this creature just a little bit upward. Only reason is because we need to remember that this is for 3D printing. This is not just for renders and things like that, So I'm gonna angle it just slightly upward, so that way it doesn't topple over completely. But I can also move the stand slightly forward too. That'll help with that later. That should be okay once printed. It shouldn't topple over, depending on how heavy I make the front. Let me actually go ahead and bring back the torso slightly. Okay. Like right there, that's probably should be enough. Yeah, that should probably be enough. Can you explain the settings you've changed in your Blender, for example, in the left side? I haven't changed anything. This is the 2.79 skin, and it mimics exactly what the settings are in 2.79 and the latest 4.5 Blender, so that's kind of it. So I haven't changed anything. Sorry. All right, so we got the basic shape down on this fella. Let's go ahead and let me see. Yeah, I think we got the basic shape down. Let me increase the size of this creature's... I'm not really saying anything else I need to do. Although maybe I made his arms a little too beefy. So maybe I'll just bring that down a little bit. It's slightly beefy. Okay, I think that's a good starting point. So now we need to go ahead and make this guy look a little more rocky, a little more detailed. All right. So let me go ahead and work on some of the finer details on this guy. And then we'll start working on the stony details. So first things first, let me go into sculpt mode real quickly. Let me make sure the X mirror function is on. Let me go ahead and bring this down to here. I love this rocky face. It looks so cute. Turn on X mirror function. Let's go ahead and widen that. Turn that off again. Probably should have worked on this detail prior to the mirror function being taken out, but it's okay. Smooth vertex. Let's go ahead and bring the eyes down slightly. I think that's a pretty good starting point. We'll get back to these details later. And then, last but not least, I think that should be it. That's pretty good. I'm wondering if I need to like rig this guy. Like his neutral pose is already kind of fun. So is there a specific reason that you use the older version of Blender? No, this is the latest version of Blender. I'm just using the 2.79 skin. And I like the 2.79 skin because, it's just a simpler time, simpler vibes, you know? But no, this is the latest version. Anyway. Okay, I'd say that's pretty good. Let's go ahead and save. And then, sure, no problem. All right, let's go ahead and now add some details. Let's go and throw in some subdivision to make this guy have a little bit of geometry. I think that's enough. All right, let's go to sculpt mode. go and turn on the Dintopu. Bring it down to a, I don't know, 12. Let's go ahead and add a madcap to this. So that way I can see a little better what I'm doing. And then let's go ahead and start sculpting in some details. We'll start with first getting some basic rocks down. So sort of some rocky details, should I say. Too rough. Let's bring it down to 20. So in this phase, what I'm doing is I'm just adding the most basic details to this creature, or sculpting them in at this point, should I say. So this is going to be a little rough, if you will, but it'll all make sense soon enough. Has anybody been watching the new season of Critical Role? Is it any good? I haven't watched that in a very long time. I was thinking about watching the new season, just like get a fresh slate, but I just never gotten around to it. Is it any good? It's one of those things that I could watch while I'm 3D modeling, but I definitely could not watch like as a regular show, because like I would rather want to just play my own games. I'd be like, why am I watching people play when I could be playing my own game, you know? And then wondering why we're not playing this week. So, but it is something that I could watch in theory while I'm 3D modeling, you know, kind of like a podcast or something, you know. I usually like watch the news or something whenever I'm 3D modeling, but I don't know. Or listen to an audiobook. But yeah, anybody want to tell me if it's any good? Because maybe I could watch that when I 3D model tomorrow or something. Oh, just an idea. And if it's not, then I'll just skip it and just get back to my audiobooks. Anyway, well, pretty quiet cast, and that's okay with me. Any good audiobooks lately? Yeah, so I have been doing something a little fun, a little unique, a little odd. But what I've been doing is I have been listening to all of the great works of human literature in order. Uh, so that means starting with the Epic of Gilgamesh and working my way upward, or outward, I guess. I don't know. So I started with the Epic of Gilgamesh, then went to the Tale of Sinbu, and then pretty much worked my way to, just working my way up. So yeah, that's what I've been doing, and it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun as of recent. So the next one that I'm going to be reading is shoot, I forgot the name of it. It's on my list too. Because what I did just read recently was The Persians by Achias. And it was a pretty funny, it's supposed to be a drama, it's supposed to be like a tragedy, but basically it's the Persian king reacting to the failed invasion of Greece. And it was like, just kind of like his point of view of just like how badly the invasion went and woe is him and all that stuff. It's surprisingly entertaining. Hi there, Beans on Pause. TikTok. And yeah, I thought it was pretty funny. I can actually give you a fun little breakdown of all of the books that I've read or so far, or I guess listened to. Audiobooks still count. I don't care if it's too much about the whole, like, oh, it doesn't count. Yeah, it does. Like, man, I'm trying to do 3D art while trying to listen to great works of fiction, so you have to forgive me if I'm not being a purist and reading every single thing, but audiobooks count. So if you get to Gwaine and the Green Knight, I highly recommend the Bill Wallace narration. Cool. Gawain and the Green Knight, sorry. Okay, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. That's not going to be for a while, though, because I'm still roughly around 625 BCE. So, yeah. But, yeah, I'll keep that in mind for sure. Okay, so that's the basic shape. Let's go ahead and turn back the Xmira function as I work on the arms next. It's working on one arm, but it's going to be both arms, really. But yeah, I'll do that. But anyway, so I guess I could give you guys a little bit of a review of everything that I've gone through so far. I was thinking about making like a TikTok series or something about the books that I've read, but I am not that much of an invested, like, how do I say this? Like, I'm not that serious about it, and I think that there'll be people who have like literature degrees that are just going to get angry at me for, my opinions of these books. Or something like that. So, I don't know if I should actually do that. But I'll give you only 1900 years to go. Yeah, exactly. Very exciting. I'm almost there. But anyway, yeah, sure, I can give you my review of each of the books. Let me load up my my list that I found. All right, so the first book is the Epic of Gilgamesh. So, the Epic of Gilgamesh was a pretty fun ride. I thought that Norse mythology is okay. Yeah, sure. Anyway, Epic of Gilgamesh, I thought it was okay. Obviously, it's the first like big story, but there were some elements of it that I thought were really interesting, like the fact that there is a portion of it talking about a great flood. I was like, doesn't that sound familiar, huh? But yeah, so I like the fact that it had character development, because Gilgamesh was kind of like a dick in the beginning of the book, but then by the end, when, he loses his boyfriend, and let's not kid ourselves, Enkidu is his boyfriend, don't deny it. But yeah, when he loses his boyfriend, the quest that he goes into the afterlife to try to find him or find closure, I thought that was like pretty cool. And then, when he's back, but he tries to make the world a better place, and you know what, he succeeds. And so yeah, I liked it. I thought it was a pretty good tale, nice character development, nice just overall pretty good tale. I'd say that one of my favorite parts was when he turned down Esther, the goddess, and then she goes and complains to like basically that world's version of Zeus, where he's like, I can't believe that Gilgamesh, he called me a whore, and he said that because that I'm greedy and I'm mean, and I'm not faithful, and like, I can't believe he said all these things. And then Zeus, or like their version of Zeus, I forgot the god's name. He was like, oh, honey, you kind of are all those things. And it's like, damn, Zeus. I thought that was pretty funny. It's like, geez, no chill. So I thought that was a pretty funny little corner of that story. By the way, this is all spoilers, obviously. If you have not read these great works of fiction, then, please tune out. Anyway, so after the Epic of Gilgamesh, the next story was the Tale of Sin-Wu. And the Tale of Sin-Wu was fun. So the story premise is basically like Sin-Wu is this hermit, basically. He's this ancient... Too soon on the spoilers, man. Oh no. Oh no. I'm so sorry. Yeah. But anyway, so non-spoiler review of the Tale of Sin-Wu. So Sin-Wu, he is basically like this ancient Egyptian hermit, and he just kind of goes around the land just trying to mind his own business, honestly, but like the world clearly has other intentions for this dude, and he just keeps running into situations where he needs to like kind of be the unintentional hero. But yeah, it reads very very Bible-y, like it reads very just ancient Mesopotamian, Egyptian, Sumerian style writing. So it's very, very, very Old Testament, if you will. So, because, it's basically the region of the world. And yeah, it's a fun little romp. And it's not even that long either, so I thought it was okay. All right. Now for the spoilery portion of the Tale of Sin-Wu that I gotta share. I loved the part where he confronts the big bad guy, So there is this portion of the book in The Tale of Sin Wu where he, and again, spoilers, so like, just look elsewhere. Anyway, there is a portion of the book where he has to confront this like paragon of a fucking bad guy, like just this bad dude, this big huge warrior, like this like monster, like this just absolute fucking terror of the land. Like the book goes into so much detail about this dude, this freaking bad mamma jamma, this bad guy, like this terrible, terrible man. Like everything, like how big he is and how big his sword is, and like it's just on and on and on. Like a big chunk of the book is just talking about this bad guy, and then, and then when the confrontation actually happens, like it's the final fight, Sin Wu just takes out his bow and arrow and just shoots the guy in the chest, and that's it. Done. That's it. That was the big fight. It's just like, well, no one said there were any rules on how to fight this dude, so loses an arrow, done. That's it. That was the final fight. It was just, it's like, that's it. It was pretty funny. So yeah, I was cackling when I read that. It was like kind of like in the first Indiana Jones movie, when the dude with the sword in the market like comes out and he's like, ha ha ha, he's gonna fight you, and Indiana Jones just shoots the guy and gets back to what he was doing. And yeah, it was basically that. It was like the first version of that happening. I just thought it was really funny. Indiana Jones him, if you will. Pretty much, yeah. So yeah, that was pretty damn funny. I'm not gonna lie, that was hilarious. Anyway, so yeah, that was the Tale of Sin Wu. It was pretty damn good, pretty funny. The next after that, it gets to some philosophical books. So the next book is the I Ching, and the I Ching is an ancient, book of wisdom from ancient China, and it's not really so much a story, but it is an important piece of literature, so that's why it's included. And when it comes to the I Ching, how do I describe it? Like, the premise of it really just comes down to, hey, life kind of sucks sometimes, so don't be a dick. Like that's kind of the I Ching. That's it in a nutshell. It's like, life sucks, don't be a dick. Like that's it. That's the I Ching. Like there's a lot of like, little bits of wisdom in there, but it really just comes down to, hey, life kind of sucks, so maybe don't murder people. Like that's it. And to you maybe this might be like really obvious stuff, but like to maybe ancient Chinese peasants back in 3000 CE, it might have been groundbreaking. It's like, maybe I shouldn't kill my neighbors. Oh, okay, sure. So that was the I Ching. The I Ching was literally like, hey, don't be a dick. Please be nice. Sometimes it works out, That was the I Ching. It was pretty funny. I guess you'll be on the Sun Tzu soon. Oh, I already finished Sun Tzu, but I'll get to that soon. But yeah, I guess maybe I should just do like spoiler-free discussions about these books, because I don't want people to be muting and then not muting, and then it'll just get old after a while, I'm sure. Yeah, this guy's coming along. There is a Korean version of the I Ching called the Joy Juk. Ooh. Probably the same premise. Hey, don't be a dick. Don't steal. maybe be nice, things like that probably. But yeah, it was all right. So the next book after the I Ching is the Iliad, and I'm sure everybody's read the Iliad. But what I'll say about the Iliad that surprised me was I did not know that the gods were that active in the Iliad. Like, they were basically Marvel superheroes. Like, it was nuts. Like, how active the gods were in the Iliad. I did not know this at all. I thought that they were like maybe concepts of like, beings that are maybe reference everyone. No, they were literally in the fight. Athena and Ares, hell, Aphrodite, she was in the fight. Like, I was not expecting that at all. I was very surprised how active the gods were in the Iliad. Like, they were like their own characters. They had their own arcs and stuff. It was insane. So yeah, the Iliad was a pretty damn good read. I really enjoyed it. I also didn't know that Patroclus was Achilles' cousin, and basically his like protege. Like, I thought that there was like they had a relationship or something, but no, it was not like that at all. That was his little guy. That was his protege. It was almost like father and son almost. Like, no, not really. But either way, that was another thing that I was a little surprised about because I thought it was something completely different. So yeah, the Iliad. The Iliad was pretty good. Iliad was pretty damn good. I think Iliad is one of my favorite ones, actually, out of the great pieces of work. Well, between that and the Ramayana, but that's later. The Ramayana was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the Ramayana. But yeah, so what was I gonna say? Yeah, so the Iliad, the pretty good stuff. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun. It's a pretty good piece of work. Yeah. The next book after the Iliad was the Mukya Upanishads. The Upanishads are really ancient religious texts, and not gonna lie, it was basically the I Ching, but like from a different part of the world. Like, same premise. Don't be a dick. Don't steal. Be nice. Maybe don't murder your parents. Things like that. Yeah. The Upanishads was like not like really that crazy of a read, but for that time in the world, where there's peasantry and barbarians, and life is very hard. I can see why books like that were great influences, so I get it. But yeah, so the Upanishads was another pretty good thing to just go through. Yeah, if you think about the context of it, it's like, this kind of makes sense why this is kind of a big deal. I get it. Yeah. So yeah, just making this rocky boy. So yeah, the Upanishads was okay. Next after the Upanishads, in the ancient Indian texts, we go back to the Odyssey. And I liked the Odyssey. I thought the Odyssey was okay. Again, these are non-spoiler reviews of the ancient books that I've read so far, or I guess listened to. So the Odyssey was okay, but I think I liked the Iliad more. The Iliad felt more like a fucking epic tale. The Odyssey was still an epic tale, but it kind of just sucked. Like, sorry, it was a good story, but the experience of the Odyssey was terrible. Like, this dude lost everything. He lost his fleet, he lost all of his crew. It was just a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. Like, I am looking forward to the upcoming Matt Damon Odyssey movie, but I'm also dreading it because it's like, it's so depressing. This poor Odysseus, man. It's like literally, I don't know, but whatever. Like he had to be a dick at times to like just survive. Like the decisions that he had to make were not easy, to say the least. So poor Odysseus, man. And then what surprised me also about the Odyssey, and by the way, I listened to the Emily Wilson version, so that's like the latest one. That's like probably the most accurate out of all of the translations. But what surprised me is that the story does not end when he returns to Penelope. Like a lot of like the film TV portrayals of the story are like, and then he's with his wife, and then the end. No. Oh no, it is not the end. No. Because guess what? Odysseus pissed off a lot of people when he killed off all those suitors. Those suitors had families and organizations, and yeah, he pissed off a lot of people. So the story continues after he returns to Penelope. So I won't say what happens, but just keep in mind, it is not over when you think it is over. So that surprised me. I was like, oh, damn, there's way more to this. So, yeah. So, yeah, Odyssey was a good story. I mean, it's sad. It's a nightmare at times, to be honest with you. But whatever. Still a good experience to read it, I guess. But, yeah. Next, after the Odyssey, I skipped the Bible, Old Testament, only because I was raised Catholic and I kind of read it already, like a lot. So I didn't feel like it was necessary for me to go through the entire Bible again. So I don't know if that makes me a bad Catholic, but I'm good. Didn't really see a need to go through the Bible again, so I was okay. But anyway, so I skipped the Bible. It didn't seem like it was necessary. So then after the Bible, it's the Theogony of Hesiod. The Theogony of Hesiod was basically a summary of the various Greek mythological origin stories of like the gods, the Titans, all of like the basic stories that you already know, like how the world was created and things like that. It was fine. I mean, it wasn't really much of a story. It was more like a historical recounting of those events. I mean, if you can call it a story, but whatever. So the Theogony of Hesiod was fine. Honestly, it was more of like a nice recap of like, oh yeah, so this is how the seasons came to be. When Hades takes Persephone, and this is how Kronos became this, and like it was just a nice recap, if you will. So whatever, it was neat. It was neat. It was neat. This guy's kind of coming along okay. Next, after the Theogony of Hesiod, it is the Tao Te Ching. The Tao Te Ching is another ancient Chinese text, and it was okay. It was a little more instructional about like how to live a good life. Like it was a little more detailed than the I Ching, but the premise was still the same. The premise was still be nice. Life's hard. Just come on, don't be a dick. Like, give a little extra. It's okay. Things like that. It's like, don't be a dick and chill. I was like, that was the Tao Te Ching. It was like, don't be a dick, chill. Oh, here's some more details on how to not be a dick and chill. So, non-spoiler review of the Tao Te Ching right there. Just where Taoism comes from, so I get it. So yeah. That was the Tao Te Ching, and it was okay. Yeah. A lot of those ancient books on scripture and stuff, to a normal person, to be like, I mean, duh, yeah, I'm not gonna murder my parents, but like, come on. Back in the day, maybe somebody needed that instruction. Anyway, oh, sorry, I left my Discord open. Let me close that real quick. Sorry. Sorry, let me close the Discord. All right, sorry about that. Anyway, where did I leave off at? Oh yeah, the Tao Te Ching. Okay. So next after that, it is, the next one was cute. The next one after the Tao Te Ching was was Aesop's Fables. So, the tortoise and the hare, lion and the mouse, things like that. It was cute. I actually enjoyed going through Aesop's Fables. I thought it was adorable. Some of the fables, this is again my non-spoiler review of ancient texts that I basically read. Some of the fables had no lesson at all. just a heads up. Some fables were literally like, and then they died. Next, the tortoise and the hare. Okay, that's it. They die. Jesus, I guess that's kind of a lesson. Yeah. So some of the fables had no lesson at all. Some of them were just like, and then it kind of sucked. The end. Like, oh damn. Also, the fables are very short. Like some of them are like 3 sentences. Like I was surprised. I thought that there was like longer stories, but no, they were. Each was like a paragraph long. It was very, very cute. So yeah, Aesop's Fables. Definitely up there as a very fun experience to go through for sure. So yeah, I enjoyed Aesop's Fables. I thought they were all right. So let's see, what's next after Aesop's Fables? Wish I could remember more of them, because a lot of them kind of had a similar theme where like, bad thing happens, person tries something, they learn a lesson, someone dies. Next fable. It was fun. But yeah. So yeah, next after Aesop's Fables. What was next after Aesop's Fables? Oh yeah, next after the book of what do you call it? The tortoise and the hare, the fables, is the Zoroastrian Avesta. And the Zoroastrian ancient book of teachings, spiritual teachings, it was okay. It was very much like a proto-Bible. Like it had a lot of similar stories that you would find in the Old Testament, so I thought that was interesting. But what was neat about it was the fact that it was like one of the first of the like ancient texts that like actually talked about like good and evil. Like it actually discussed there being like evil beings and stuff, not just like spiritual recommendations on how to live. Like it literally talks about like divas and angels, or sorry, divas and demons, like bad creatures, things that are actually evil. Like it was interesting. And yeah, that was all right. But anyway, so yeah, the Zoroastrian teachings was all right. I definitely enjoyed the experience. It was pretty good. So, what's next? But yeah, so this guy's coming along okay. Let's get in there, throwing in little details and stuff on each of these rocks as I work on the arms. So next, after the Zoroastrian Avesta, which is a Persian text, I got to the Analects of Confucius. And so the Analects of Confucius was pretty fun. Non-spoilery review, like some of Confucius's teachings I can't really agree with. There was a lot of stuff that was very much like, hey, know your place in life and stop dreaming. Get back to work, peasant, you know? There's a lot of stuff like that. I was like, this is kind of a dick, dick teachings. But some of the lessons were, I think, pretty good. There were some things that caught me like, oh, you know what? That's actually a good point. What was funny about the Analects also was it was like half of it was Confucius's actual teachings, and then the other half was like a day-to-day life of the guy as his assistant like helps him around. And it was really funny just like listening to like how much Confucius like is like very, very detail focused on like the day-to-day things. And it's like oh, his cloths have to be folded in this particular way, and his meal needs to be prepared in this particular order, and this has to be done like this, and this has to be done like this. And after a while you're like, yo, I think Confucius is on the spectrum. It's like, dude, this sounds very familiar. Man, it was pretty funny. But so some pretty good stuff in there. I was a bit mildly surprised in some areas, and it was a pretty good read. But it was a pretty fun one. Okay, well, it looks like the live is going to end on the TikTok in about 5 minutes. So hey, TikTok folks, this is as far as I got. If you wanna watch me finish this, I'm currently doing this on YouTube, so look up MZ4250 on YouTube, and I'll just be doing what I'm doing. So I'll see you there. Come on over. And if you can't join on YouTube, the final files will be posted on my Patreon, and everything is free because that's how I roll. Because I make everything for free because I am that kind of person. So get some free art later today on my Patreon, and if you want to support me there, you're more than welcome to. Regardless, my work will always be free. So I will see you guys later. Be good. And you're awesome. Bye. Head over to YouTube. Yep, exactly. All right, so how do I turn this thing off? I'll just close it. And exit now. All right. That's it for TikTok. I did not realize that the TikTok live streams only had like an hour. Thought it was a little bit longer than that. Whatever. Yeah. I mean, elementals have a tendency of, attacking in groups, right? So, nothing wrong with just, having multiples. Nothing wrong with that. The key is to have very low polygon counts when it comes to making stone creatures. The more blocky it looks, the better it actually looks. So I just think that's kind of neat. So, where were we? I was busy discussing ancient texts and ancient pieces of literature. But anyway, where were we? So next after the Analects of Confucius is The Art of War by Sun Tzu. And I enjoyed The Art of War. I thought it was a pretty cool read. So for those of you who don't know, I did serve in the Army for 21 years. Majority of my service was in the National Guard or in the reserves. So I retired as an Army major, and learning about the basics of the fundamentals of war is obviously a necessary thing when becoming a officer. And a lot of the stuff that that Sun Tzu discussed was like, oh yeah, this makes a lot of sense. This still holds up to this day. The importance of logistics, the importance of tricking the enemy, and when to attack, when not to attack, things like that. And it's like, this is still relevant even to today. Like if you follow the Ukraine war, Slava Ukraina, Heroam Slava, you can still see all the mistakes that the Russians are doing right now. And, it's pretty wild that to this day, the teachings of Sun Tzu is still valid. So, yeah, pretty wild. So, yeah, it was a good read. I enjoyed it. But yeah, this is coming along pretty nicely. Anyway, where were we? So the next after The Art of War is the Ramayana. So the Ramayana was great. It was an awesome epic. They're making a film adaptation of it next year, so I'm definitely gonna watch that. The Ramayana was an awesome epic. It was pretty great. There were some parts of it that were like kind of messed up, where it's like, I'm not gonna give it away, but I do not appreciate how Sita gets treated in some portions of the book, especially near the end. It's like, dude, this is messed up. You'll see when you get there. The Art of War for a black belt exam? That's interesting. I don't know. I feel like the Art of War is a more strategic level, or at least organizational level of training. The black belt training for it, I don't know how that reflects. Would you mind explaining how that works? Like, 'cause for me, the Art of War reflected more from a strategic level, at least organizational level, amounts of training. Like what you're discussing is like down to the tactical level, and I don't see how that works. Like, I mean, there are some elements of it that I think make sense from the tactical point of view, like how you treat your men, when to punish them, when to reward them, finding the balance between treating them right and, sacrificing them. Like, I get that, but I don't know how that works for a black belt. So I'm genuinely curious. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm like very curious, like how it would have reflected on that. Like, so, and again, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to make fun of you or anything like that. I'm very curious how that would work because I didn't see it that way at all. But I am willing to learn. So, yeah, do tell. This guy's coming along okay. Thingiverse is down. Oh no. Glad I post everywhere else. I wonder why it's down. Maybe they're repairing it or something. If anything, I post things on printables and I post things directly onto my Patreon too, so you don't need to worry about Thingiverse. History of martial warfare and some, not many theories can be applied to hand-to-hand. Huh. That is interesting. Okay. I believe you. Well, it has been a long time since I've done any kind of martial art. I think I'm literally down to just fisticuffs and knees at this point. Is what I can fall back on if I ever got into a fight. Maintenance, yeah. My instructor was big on learning history of martial arts. That's cool. That's really great. It's nice to see instructors have somewhat of an academic aspect on what you're doing, you know. Not everything in life revolves around how big a person is. You know, there is skill involved in winning in a confrontation. In some cases, it's just luck. All right, this guy's coming along pretty good. Also, I have some new patrons. Thank you to Bass and thank you to Toughness. I appreciate it and I appreciate you. Anyway, sorry. So yeah, I had to step away because I got notifications that I got some new patrons, so it's pretty exciting. Things are not going to be easy for me on that front for probably the next 3 years. What martial art did you study? Well, when I was a kid, I took Taekwondo because I was a kid, right up till I was a teenager. Then joined the army, and obviously all of that went out the window, as it was back to just fisticuffs and bayonets and just basic stuff again. But then later in life, I got back into it and learned a little bit of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And then later on after that, I got into Krav Maga for a little bit. And then the last martial art that I got into was hold on a second, sorry, I'm trying to focus. Anyway, the last martial art that I got into was Wing Chun Kung Fu. But unfortunately, that could not be continued because COVID suddenly came around. And then the school shut down after taking a hit from COVID. So that was it. My last martial art was Wing Chun style Kung Fu. It was fun. I like the big wooden thing with the slats on the side that you get to beat up on and practice your form. Currently Hapkido and Tang Soo Do. Cool. I mean, honestly, any kind of martial art is a good thing to add to your intellectual vocabulary and physical vocabulary. So yeah, nice. I don't know. I wouldn't mind getting back into something, but I don't know if I really have the time. Or maybe I do have the time. I don't know. I don't know if my body can handle it anymore. I'm getting old. Yeah, COVID was definitely rough on some schools for sure. So yeah, that one did not make it, unfortunately. Oh well, it is what it is. This guy's coming along okay. Like, that does look like rocks, so definitely get in there. I've dabbled in Wing Chun. Not much. A friend of mine teaches it. Cool. Very cool. Still struggling after COVID. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, COVID definitely sucks. Okay, that's a rocky looking finger. We're getting there, little by little, bit by bit, piece by piece. Oh, so I didn't really finish what I was getting at with the books that I've been through. So after the Ramayana, which again, epic tale, pretty awesome, fun story. My favorite characters out of it, I think, is Haruman or Hamaran. He's the monkey, and he has a funny encounter with fire. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, that was probably my favorite character. Was I mean, the monkeys in general were just awesome. So gotta love them. And yeah, I thought it was just all in all a pretty good story. Hamuran. I think his name was Hamuran. I already forgot. But either way, it was awesome. There's just some amazing monkey demigods that in that story. It was just so much fun. But anyway, after the Ramayana is the Bhagavad-gita, and the Bhagavad-gita is obviously like the teachings that are revolve around that story and many other things. What's really interesting about it, and again, I'm trying to not spoil it too much, but it's very much a preview of the Mahabharata that comes later, and the Mahabharata is later. So I just think it's interesting to get a nice reminder that these stories are much older than you think. And but yeah, the Gita was a pretty good combination of both a story and also the teachings. I thought it was interesting to learn about what's the difference between karma, dharma, things like that, and the essential nature of spiritualism and what yoga actually is. It's not just stretching. It's more to it than that. So yeah, I thought that the Bhagavad-gita was a pretty good read. So I enjoyed it. But yeah, after that, it's the various tales by the Greek author Aeschylus. I think it's Aeschylus. Oh, whatever. Either way, yeah. So right now I'm on the Aeschylus tales, and yeah, we'll see where that goes. Let's see how that goes. But yeah, that's my non-spoiler review of the ancient texts that I have completed so far while 3D modeling miniatures and such. what would you say is the most challenging part of making miniatures regularly? I think the most challenging part is to try to find the balance between making something printable and actually making it look good and cool. Because, yeah, it's just hard to find that balance. And I guess the other part that's kind of hard is to find the balance between making a miniature FDM friendly and cool. Because FDM printing is very, very hard for, small miniatures to be printed. It can be done, but they don't look as good as resin, and it's not as dependable. But it can be done. And the reason why I know it can be done is because I printed the entire monster manual with FDM, with a PrinterBot Simple Metal. That is a very old 3D printer for those of you who don't know what that is. So that's definitely it, is finding the balance between the FDM and the resin users. And then also, making something look cool, but also still making sure that it is printable. Because I do not want to be the type of person that just makes really cool art and then it's not actually printable, I am not that type of person. I'm not like all those studios out there showing off these really cool renders and it's like, cool, do you even own a 3D printer? So, yeah. That's my thing. It's finding that nice little balance. And the thing is, like, I print my stuff very regularly when I need it for my own games. So, like, this is for my own benefit, too. Someday I will need that mini, probably. So I need to treat everything like I might print this someday, What do you think of the FDM folks like Bright Minis who do pure supportless minis? They have that down pretty well, getting things working, FDM and resin. I don't know, I've never seen their work, so I'll take your word for it. Yeah, no, I don't know who that is, but I mean, the name sounds familiar, but ask for support free, like, I don't know. That's nice, I guess. It's convenient, but I'm not afraid of supports, and I know how to use my printer, so I don't really see the point in doing that. There's nothing wrong with learning how to use supports. I get the convenience of not dealing with supports, but like, come on. Sometimes things can look pretty damn cool, and you just gotta learn how to peel those things off. So, whatever. So yeah, I have nothing against that. I see the reasoning for it, but I don't really care for it either. I know how to use my printer, and I'm sure people can learn how to use their printers too. They only make like 3 models per week. Their style is pretty old. British. Never heard of a British style, but okay. British. Crikey, oi. It sounds kind of Australian now. It'd be nice to visit London again. I have a friend, 2 friends actually live there, and I should go out there sometime. I don't know when, but someday. I don't know how else to describe it. I made some halflings from them for my players, and they said, "Oh, that's the ugliest thing I ever saw." Aww. Yeah. When it comes to small things, like, I make sure that you can 3D print them in FDM. Do I recommend it? Not always. But some people don't really have a choice, so it is what it is. Oh, that's sad though. Saying that thing is ugly. Oh, somebody worked on that. I feel bad. Hey, baby.
Hey, baby.
I love you.
I love you too.
That's my wife. She's the best. You do a great job with that. I'm just getting into the hobby, so I'm using FDM. I may have to change the setting here and there, but your prints come out pretty good. No, not as good as resin. Yeah, no, yeah. For me, whenever it's anything FDM, I'm like, is it good enough? Because that's kind of all you can ask for when it comes to FDM machines, you know? You're like, is it good enough? So I'm currently carving into this thing rock by rock, you know, crevice by crevice, detail by detail. So if you guys have any questions for me, as this is not exactly the most mentally challenging model, you know, I think I'm doing okay. But if you guys have any questions for me, now is the time to ask, because I'm kind of on autopilot right now, just making this thing. And I think it's coming along okay. But yeah, if you have any questions, now is probably the time to ask. And it could be about anything. 3D modeling, 3D printing, D&D, Godzilla, Star Wars, Star Trek, relationship advice, professional advice. I don't know. A little bit of everything. Okay. Why not use a VDM brush? What's a VDM brush? I think that answers your question right there. Yeah, what's VDM? What's that? I see you put a smiley face, so that means I assume you're telling a joke. Dude. Okay. Still not answering the question. What's a VDM brush? What's that? Okay. It's like a texture brush in Blender. Oh, neat. Oh, okay. You draw a pattern on a plane and then you can apply it on a model. Oh, neat. All right, I'll Google that later. Thank you. Bless you, baby girl. Did you make Jingle Jangle from the Wild Beyond the Witch site? I browsed your picture and I didn't see it. No, I never made Jingle Jangle. Why would you need a Jingle Jangle mini anyway? It's not like you're gonna fight him. Nor does he participate in fights anyway. You don't need a miniature for that because he serves no... There's no purpose for him to have it. There's no purpose for you to have a miniature for that character. It's like asking for miniatures of the people from the fair before the story begins. Like, why? You never fight those things, so what's the point? Yeah, I only make miniatures of things that you actually need in the games. And you don't need a miniature of Jingle Jangle. And if you do, well, Jesus, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with your game? It sounds like something you need to have a serious discussion. Anyway. Yeah. What era of Star Wars is your favorite, if you have one? I don't think I have a favorite. I think I kind of love it all pretty equally. You know, there's different aspects of each tale, each portion that I like. Yeah, I don't really have a favorite. There is a VDM brush baker add-on in Blender that you can make your own. I'll stop bugging you about this. Yeah, you could stop bugging me about it. I'll look it up later. Anyway, I like to have minis of random NPCs. Players adopt them. Okay. Just thinking ahead, my players probably fight them. Wow. That's pretty messed up. Why would you fight that guy? It's like the nicest person. Something's wrong with your group. Well, hi, dear.
Hi, my love.
How are you?
I'm well.
Nice. Just thinking ahead, my players will probably fight him. That's pretty messed up. I would love to see a movie focused on the Order 66. I would not. That's depressing. I think we've seen enough scenes of Order 66 on the various media, like, to not need to be depressed anymore. So, I'm good. When you're talking about watching media that's about the ultimate failure of the Jedi Order, you know, the most horrific triumph of the Sith. It's like, nah, dog, I'm good, man. I don't need to see that. That's just sad. Don't we have enough sad things happening in this world right now? Do we really need another reminder? No thanks. I'm good, man. Genocide movie. No thanks. Yeah, there's enough of that in real life. We don't need another reminder. Thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm good. It was a musical, though. Okay. Well, if it's a musical, I mean, that's kind of different. If it's a musical, I don't know. Well, if you put it like that. Funny. I don't know if you're much of a comic guy, but have you read any of the Star Wars comics? I did read some of them, but it was kind of hard to keep track and follow them. Like the Darth Vader series, I started that, and that was pretty good. And then they kept like making spin-offs. Like they made a whole thing about Dr. Aphra after a while, and it's like, and that lady was just kind of weird. And I was like, yo, does this chick want to bang Darth Vader? Like, how would that even work? But, yeah. Yeah. So, like, I did follow it for a little bit, but, I don't know, life kind of just happened, and I kind of lost interest. I saw that they were trying to, like, add content to make it help make the sequel trilogy make sense. And yeah, not fun. Not fun. An effort was made. Mm. That's fair. It can be hard to follow the comics sometimes. Yeah, it can. I mean, I appreciate their efforts, like, but like it's a lot, especially because Marvel controls it too, so they're gonna keep pumping out more and more stories, and yeah, after a while, it's hard to keep track. I did appreciate that they do reference the events in the comics sometimes, like the fact that Black Cassadan showed up in the Book of Boba Fett. I thought that was neat. Oh, that show was weird. Oh, the Book of Boba Fett. God, that show was weird. It's pretty entertaining. I'll give it that. It was pretty entertaining. Yeah, he's coming along okay. Who is your favorite artist? 3D or music or what otherwise? Who is my favorite artist? Who is my favorite artist? I'd say Miyazaki. Miyazaki is probably my favorite, Yeah. Yeah, I'd say it would be Miyazaki for sure, His stance on AI is obviously something that I strongly support because he is very much against it. It's basically taking away any faith in human ingenuity for the sake of being lazy and not wanting to pay artists. So yeah, Miyazaki definitely is right there. I will never use AI for my works. I will never use it nor condone it. I'm happy with it, making life easier for HR and for data analysis and pattern recognition and, making airports safer. I'm all for that. I'm all for it being an Excel tool. I'm not for it replacing musicians, replacing 2D artists, replacing me. Yeah, I'm pretty much against that. Yep. Nice. Miyazaki is good. Yes, he is. Yeah, he did say that. He said it was an abomination. Yeah, that's right. He did say all that. I remember the video too. Those poor IT guys, they were like, oh crap, I think I just got fired. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about the HR take. That should keep a human element. I guess. I can't say that I've had many good experiences with HR ladies, though, so. Yeah. But, yeah, probably right. Were you producing art before 3D sculpting? Were you? I think were you? I think is what you meant to write, right? Anyway, I mean, before 3D sculpting, no, not really. You know, I learned this when getting my degree, you know, back in undergrad, and prior to that, I was just a student, so not really. Nope. This is my main foray into art. Prior to that, I was just a standard government worker, 9 to 5 job, or serving in the National Guard or the reserves, depending on what my MOS was. Yeah, that's kind of it. Anyway, I don't know if AI should be in charge of who gets hired or fired or disciplined or promoted. Ugh. Yeah, I don't even think of it that way. I was just thinking of it being like helping with like an Excel document or something, not hiring and firing people. Like, damn, that's yeah, you're right. The implications of that is not good. Yeah. Do you have a favorite of your mimic models? You made quite a few, and I enjoy the fake out on the Discord. Do I have a favorite? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have a favorite mimic. I think they're all fun in their own different ways. Yeah, I don't know. Never really thought about that. Yeah, this guy's coming along okay. Hi, IT guy here. It has very much become use it or lose it with the AI. My boss is pushing hard on us to use it, and I only use it as a glorified Stack Overflow. Yeah. A lot of CEOs bought into it without even understanding what it actually did. So many people just bought it, just thinking that it would just make them richer and make life easier, and without understanding what it actually is. And yeah, now everybody's just kind of stuck with it, with all these stupid ads and all these stupid gimmicks, and just a bunch of nonsense, really, in the end. So yeah, sorry. Yep. Everybody invested into it without even thinking what it would actually do. It was like, well, I need it because, this guy sold it to me, so I gotta buy it. So, yeah. Great job. Dumbasses. guy's coming along pretty good. My biggest concern is with students who use AI for questions about their opinion. Yeah. I mean, the fact that it's, definitely affecting how people solve problems. Too much of a dependence on it. And then we have, of course, the issues with AI psychosis now being a problem. It's like, yeah, it's pretty terrifying shit. So, yeah. I think this guy's coming along pretty good. I don't know why, but elementals were always my favorite monster type in D&D. Do you have a favorite type? Yes, my favorite type are dragons, of course. I love me my dragons. Yes, I do. Dragons are the way to go. Big old winged flying dinosaurs. Yeah. I'll tell you. Would the chromatic dragons use AI? Or is that more of a Draco Lich thing? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the chromatic dragons would definitely be huge proponents of AI. They wouldn't give a shit. They only care about increasing their wealth as quickly as possible. They could care less about the repercussions. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this guy's coming along pretty nice. What a handsome fellow. I'm sure it would have been a while off given your current workload. Would you ever consider making models for dragons that haven't yet made the jump to 5e, such as the planar dragons? No, probably not. Nope. No, I don't see why I would. Unless one of my patrons actually requests that. No, I don't see any need in making that, sorry. It needs to show up in my own games or somebody has to request it. But no, sorry, I don't see myself ever making that. There is no incentive. Yep. My workload consists of what my patrons request and what's in the books that I'm working on. So, yeah. There's unfortunately no reason for me to work on something like that. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I just got a notification that I got a new patron just now. Jake. Thanks, Jake. Appreciate it. I have a list of dragons that I can find. Time Dragon. Yeah, can't say I've ever heard of that one. Solar Dragon. Solar Dragon sounds familiar. Yeah, I think I've made that actually. Sapphire Dragon. Yeah, Sapphire Dragon. I made that in Fizban's Treasury of Dragons like 2 years ago. So yeah, Sapphire Dragon's out there. Amonkhet Dragon. I have no idea what Amonkhet even is, so nope. Can't help you there. Styx Dragon. Nope, never heard of that. Amethyst Dragon. Yeah, that's in Fizban's Treasury of Dragons. I worked on those a couple years ago. Crystal Dragon. Also in Fizban's Treasury of Dragons, which I made a couple of years ago. Yep. Deep Dragon. Yep, made that a couple of years ago in Fizban's Treasury of Dragons. Topaz Dragon. Yep, made that a couple of years ago in Fizban's Treasury of Dragons. Moonstone Dragon. Yep, made that a couple of years ago when I worked on Fizban's Treasury of Dragons. Emerald Dragon. Yep, worked on that a couple years ago when I worked on Fizban's Treasury of Dragons. Lunar Dragon. Can't say I've ever heard of a Lunar Dragon. Time Dragons debuted in the 5e Planescape. Okay, I suck at cataloging dragons. I don't know if it's you or me. It's probably my fault you can't find those, but I've made those, so it's probably my fault for not doing a good enough job making the world know that I made those, so sorry. Anyway, if you are a patron of mine, you can go to the Google Drive or the Mega Drive and go to the Fizban's Treasury of Dragons folder, and there they are, so have fun. However, if you are not a patron of mine, or you're a $1 patron, which is basically a tip jar, which is still appreciated, obviously, go to Printables. Printables is a website with all the 3D stuff, and yeah, just type in Fizzbins, and then my entire collection is there. So there you go. Solar and Lunar are the ones from the Starjammer set. Oh yeah, Spelljammer. Yeah, no, I haven't worked on that yet. I'm sure that book will be chosen eventually by patrons for me to work on, and then I'll continue working on that. But as of right now, I can't say that I have that, no. But anyway, Adamant, if you go to Printables and look up Fizbin's Treasury of Dragons, and you will see what I'm talking about when it comes to the collection of dragons that you're looking for. So there you go. Hope that helps. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop. Na 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 na. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop. Not your fault. I'm updating my list of dragons via Printables listing. I can't believe that there are over 1,800 files in here. How have you managed so many files without going crazy? It's actually more like 7,000 files because a lot of those things are groupings. And I don't know. I mean, I do this for a living. This is what I do. I make art and I enjoy it, so I'm not going to go crazy. And I've been at it for a very long time too, so yeah. This is looking amazing so far. Yeah, well, you're looking amazing. Oh, bam. Bam. You just got. How's that feel? Alright, this guy's looking pretty good. Okay, Dragon's updated. I can rest a bit easier now. Okay, you do that. Sick comeback. Pretty good, not gonna lie. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. If you had to start over on modeling journey from zero, what would you focus on first? I have no idea. That sounds like a terrible, terrible prospect. I don't even want to imagine that. Because I've learned a lot and, made so many big projects and completed so many things, and the idea of starting from scratch all over again, that sounds terrifying. Yeah, I can't say that that's something I want to envision. Nope. I don't know. I probably would start with, I don't know, I guess just picking the monster manual and starting again. That's what people need the most, right? So I go off of, you know, what I feel people would need the most, then I work from there. And if I had patrons or something, I would, you know, just work off of what they need. And whenever I have an opportunity to make a model that can be used again in the future, I would use whatever I get out of that as a base model and go from there. Alrighty. So I assume that everybody watching right now is a patron of mine. However, if you are not a patron of mine, thank you for tuning in today for this live stream. And I appreciate your company as I make some free art. This model will be posted later today on my Patreon, and it will be free, of course, as are all my works. He definitely peaked with Goosterian. Goosterian. Yeah, Goosterian was a lot of fun. So are you drinking and modeling? Is that even legal? I'm pretty sure it is legal, but I I was sipping my coffee while I was modeling, not drinking a fancy, fancy drink. Not that I haven't done that before. Nothing wrong with enjoying a lovely little libation while I'm doing my work. Usually when I do that, though, I get really silly. I start to come up with funny concepts and weird ideas and making minis that make no sense at all. Well, I know you've done a number of the pre-written campaigns. Do you usually play in an original setting or official ones, like Forgotten Realms, Greyhawk? Yeah, I'd say that Forgotten Realms is definitely like the standard one that I usually play in my campaigns. But we did do a Theros campaign once, and that was a lot of fun. I had a really good time with that one. And then, what else? Yeah, the Theros one was a lot of fun. And the DM that we're currently playing with made his own world at one point, which was neat. Are there any settings that you would like to explore that you haven't played yet? Any settings that I have not played yet? Can't say I can think of any off the top of my head. But actually, Planescape would be fun. Wouldn't mind trying that at some point. Oh, I probably should be sharing the link to my page, right? I guess I need to do that self-promotion stuff, don't I? So, yeah. All right, let me do the whole live stream self-promotion thing. Hi, everybody, and thank you for joining my live stream. If you like what you see and you want to support an individual artist as he works on making free minis for the world to enjoy, my link to my page is right there. And yeah, it's a pretty fun time. If you become a patron of mine, you will be supporting an independent artist as he makes free art for the world to enjoy. I offer my patrons a variety of fun little perks to ensure that they get the most out of my work. Like I offer them all of 7,000 of my files in one convenient place on a Google Drive or a Mega Drive. There's also contests, and there are, a Discord that you can join if you need tips on how to print things or need help with setting up your machine or whatever. There's also free cupcakes, and there's free tacos and free sushi. So got a little bit of everything there. So go ahead and check it out. And if you are not able to support this independent artist, it's okay. I have enough patrons to pay the bills, and regardless, everything that I make will be free no matter what. So I will be posting what I make later today on my page. Are there free cookies? Yes, they are. They're right behind you, actually. Sushi? Yep, there's sushi too. It's also right behind you. I just can't believe you missed it at this point. It's crazy. My real life perception is catastrophically low. Yeah, probably. Sorry there, friend. If you had to be a non-human D&D species, elf, dwarf, etc. in real life, which would you choose? I don't know. Probably a Rakara. Being able to fly is pretty damn sweet. And convenient. So yeah, I probably would pick an Arakara. Ancient dragon, obviously. Oh, I thought you meant the humanoid species, but yeah, I mean, if I had a choice of anything, then yeah, it probably would be an ancient silver dragon. I did mean humanoid, but that's fine too. Yeah, it's all good. And in the club, we are all fam. Sorry, I have to stretch a little bit. Sorry, I'm stretching. Much better. Okay, sorry, I needed to stretch. A little bit of ASMR never hurt anyone. Sure, why not? You know, I'd say this is going to be probably my favorite model to work on this month. I can already tell. It's just so fun. All these little rocks and these little details and stuff. And what's nice is I don't need to worry about like, you know, a hyperfixation on the details or anything like that. Like, it's rocks. It's a bunch of rocks. It's great. This is probably my favorite model to print too. Thanks for making such awesome work. Yeah, I try, you know. I try. This guy's coming along pretty well. Yeah, he's definitely good. I definitely feel that. All right. Yep. This is probably going to take all of my energy today, though, when it comes to making minis. But I think maybe after I have like a lunch break and after this is completed, I might at least like be able to get started on tomorrow's projects, like file setup, source imagery, research, things like that. Like maybe I can at least get that done, so we'll see. I don't know if I'm gonna live stream that, but I don't know, we'll see. Because yeah, this is coming out really good, but it can be a little draining over time. That's why I always try to pace myself whenever I can. It's amazing that it's been 6 years of doing this professionally and still haven't had any burnout. It's been nice. But again, it's because I know how to say no. I know my limitations. And I know that the majority of the people that support me understand that I'm a person, that I'm one dude, and that, my sanity is just as important as my bills. So, we'll see. Duh. So I do have a funny story about Earth Elementals, actually. We have this recurring NPC. His name is Jacques. He is a Earth Elemental revolutionary. And he is leading a revolution of Earth Elementals against the Tao rulers of the elemental plane of Earth. And yeah, sometimes he just shows up. I'm glad you love him, Core Zebra. And of course, my models will be free and posted publicly on my Patreon later today. So after I do all of this, the next stage is to add the rocky texture onto the model itself. Then some diminishment modifiers, or decimation modifier, should I say. Following that, it's throwing on some skeleton in this guy. Give him a nice little pose at the end. So, yeah, he's getting there. He kind of gives me armadillo vibes with the bands along his back. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, right on. Oh, I have a new patron. Core Zebra is a new patron of mine. Well, thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you. That was very nice of you, Core Zebra. Thank you very much. So since you're a new patron, just so you know, you will get an email automatically from Patreon that has the links to all the drives that I supply. And then every first of the month, I update the links. So there's a post that is constantly updated that has all the links to the drives that update. I unfortunately have to update the links every month because there's too many people that use API auto sync stuff that like really is not helpful at all. It kind of ruins the experience for other users, so that's why I have to change it, which sucks. I actually used to never change it just to give people the chance to keep using it, even if they could not support me as an artist anymore. But sadly, I had to put an end to that because it was getting a little unsustainable. But either way, thank you very much for your support. I appreciate it. Oh, I probably should start messaging people who are former patrons and giving them links to the sample drive at least. It's starting to get kind of hard out there for folks not able to really support artists anymore, So I may need to start doing that. Yeah. These next 3 years are unfortunately going to be a little, I won't say that they'll be difficult, but I'm not going to expect to see growth for quite some time. I'm going to just focus on maintaining my existing audience because, yeah, we are in a world with tariffs and trade wars and wars, and people will not be able to support artists as much. And then, of course, we have AI and all that garbage. So, yeah, that's what it is. But if I could at least maintain my current audience for at least 3 more years, then you know what? That's good enough. I can still pay the bills. Still pay the bills. And that's all that matters. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. So, much appreciated. You think that the tariffs are going to be struck down, huh? We'll see. Thing is that the damage has been done. Like, a lot of people were hit pretty hard by this, Like, if people had to choose between getting groceries or supporting, artists and stuff, it's obviously they're going to choose groceries. So I think that the damage has been significantly done. A lot of people have been hurt by them, so yeah. So if they are struck down, good. But it's probably going to take a very long time before there's an actual economic recovery from the mess of which they are. So we'll see. But yeah, I remember seeing that in the news today. They're supposed to be taking on that, so we'll see. Sorry, try not to be political on my streams, but it's kind of a big deal. It's kind of unavoidable to discuss some things. Yep, makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So like every year, for example, every year there's usually an uptick in the amount of patrons that I get around the holiday season because people are buying 3D printers and stuff and then gifting subscriptions to artists and things like that. Well, this year that's not going to be the case, given a lot of 3D printers are made overseas. And yeah, the tariffs on Chinese-made goods, European-made goods, it doesn't help. It does not help. So we'll see. But I will still do what I do. Everything that I make will stay free. And yeah, just have to write it out. In the end, I'll be okay. And hey, if things get so bad that, my page no longer is viable, well, I am a veteran. I can get work somewhere in the DC area, since that's where I'm based out of. So, we'll see. All right, he's looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and now add some stone texture to him. I mean, he already has a pretty good amount of texture, but you know what I mean. So let's add a new material. We'll go with cloud, because surprisingly enough, clouds are very stony looking if you take away the color. Alrighty, let me turn on this. Nope, stone. And now let me go ahead and add some stony material to it. Actually, I need to increase this detail now. There we go. Clouds are the stones of the sky. They are. Okay. Okay, I'd say he is good to go. Let's go ahead and attach a skeleton to him, give him a nice little pose, and then, yeah. Let me also go ahead and make this stand look a little more rocky, because this is one of those rare instances where the stand actually probably should reflect what is going on here. So let me go ahead and do that. Okay. So let me grab you. Let's go ahead and sculpt mode. And let's turn on Dentopu. Front faces only. Such a pretty guy. I agree. I think he is very pretty. We'll make the ground on the stand look like sand and rocks. There we go. Then let's add some rocks. Turn this off. Well, maybe leave it on as background at least. Alright, that looks like loose rocks that are being pulled out of the ground and forming this guy, you know, little by little, piece by piece, bit by bit, you know. Nice. There we go. Okay. Very good. Okay, let's go ahead and give this guy a skeleton. All right, not too bad. Let me go ahead and, but yeah, he is a very pretty guy. Very pretty. All right, let's go to object mode. Let's go ahead and save real quick. Again, then save as Earth Elemental rigged. Now let's give this guy a quick skeleton. Nothing crazy, nothing fancy, just a basic skeleton to move his arms around a little, maybe turn his torso slightly, you know, just really basic stuff. But yeah, nothing crazy. And it's probably not necessary to be that subdivided. That's enough. All right. Let's put something on his shoulders. Then put something on his elbows. Then his wrists. Then his thumb. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Cool. Let's go ahead and save. Let's go ahead and add a decimation function to this guy. 0.5 is probably enough. It's probably not even necessary, actually, given how fast that was. Nah. Let me see how big this file is. File, export, STL, Earth Elemental. I would prefer to not get rid of any details if I don't have to. How big are you? 95 megs, that's not bad. I mean, it might take a little bit to rig it up to a skeleton, but I was gonna go and have some lunch. Oh, hey. It was lovely to see your work. Gotta go, but wish you the best. See ya, Core Zebra. Thank you for your support, too. Oh, man, you probably left already. Sorry. That's okay. All right, let me go and connect this guy to the skeleton. File save. And then Control P, automatic weights. Let me just save this as that, and then save as rigged. Okay. So Control P, automatic weights. And there we go. All right. So this is going to take, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So while we're waiting, I'm going to go and get me some lunch. So I will be right back. Taking a lunch break, BRB in 30 minutes. Left at 12:51. Current model, sexy stripper nurse Tiefling. I'm not actually making that, but people might stay around if they see that, so there you go. Thanks, yeah, I'm gonna go enjoy my lunch. I'll be right back. All right, I have returned. So, looks like this guy is ready to go. Let's go ahead and save. And let me do a little bit of a test. Grab this skeleton. Go into pose mode. And let me see if this guy moves. Great. Awesome. Very cool. All right, let's go ahead and do this guy a little bit of a pose. Nothing crazy, nothing too silly, just a little bit of a variance, that's all. And then we'll have one hand, one arm, going back a little bit, and then maybe upward a little bit. Maybe and then this hand. There you go. I'd say that's pretty good. Alrighty, let's go ahead and give this guy a nice little render. I guess we could make him the same color as this. It's no reason to do this, but it doesn't hurt either. Whatever. I'm not really into like the whole rendering thing. I just make the models, and as long as you can tell what they look like, that's kind of all that matters. But whatever, it's easy. Cool. And I guess he does have glowing eyes, so I guess I'll include that too. Spotlight. Outrageously nice stream here, says Massino. Thank you, I guess. Just making sure I save the files right. This is only a forced perspective thing, not actually changing the size of the hands. Yeah, I'd say that that's pretty good. I could change the... There we go. What a handsome fellow. Cute. All right. Hey, Jan. Would you like to look at this very handsome boy? Isn't he handsome?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he's cute. Yeah.
This will be one of the wildest ones for somebody to wire with, like the LED.
Oh yeah,
Like,
to
'cause,
put
you know,
inside the
some are
eyes.
like,
Yeah.
oh, you've got the oh, they're fire, so they glow, and but like for him, for just those two beady little eyes, I would love to see that with
I know.
LED.
Yeah. Anyway, just wanted to show it to you.
Yeah, I love him.
Yeah, I love you.
Oh, you nerd.
Yeah.
Gross. You love your wife.
All right. Anyway, well, now it's time to make this guy actually 3D printable. So let me take a snapshot. Alrighty. Okay. A couple of minor errors. So the program that we're going to use to prepare this thing for 3D printing will be Prusa Slicer, because it's free, it's dependable, and I think it's pretty great. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and save. Now let's put this into the slicer. Okay. Now for FDM printing, I would put this guy on his back, like so. And then I would print him, you know, like this. I'd put probably just some standard supports. I don't think you need any kind of special treatment with this, because this creature is really, really big and really, really blocky. And like, if supports were to even damage it slightly, it would still look okay because it's made of rocks. So that's how I would do it. So let me export this guy like that. And then let's go ahead and now pre-support him for resin people. So we'll hollow him first. So let's go ahead and hollow this guy because he is pretty beefy. And let's put some holes in him so the stuff can exit safely. So I'll put one there. And I guess put one there. One there and one there. That should be enough holes. All right, let's go ahead and process this. Okay. All right, that should be enough. Let's go ahead and auto-generate. All right. Okay. It obviously looks like a forest of supports, but because these details are so thick, you don't have to worry about any of it, really. All right, there you go. Well, I guess that's that, folks. To Took me about 4 hours, and I was able to make this guy into a reality. And I thought he came out pretty good. So I'm pretty happy with how he turned out. But anyway, well, I think I'm going to go ahead and start posting this stuff online. But I think he came out pretty damn good. So I'm really happy with my work that I did today. And I was really excited to work on this guy too because he just looks so cool. So I'm really happy with my work. So, yeah. Let me go ahead and load this up online, and then I'll get started on tomorrow's projects. Obviously, I'm not going to stream that part because I don't think you guys need to see me uploading files and doing research on what I'm going to work on tomorrow. Or I guess work on today and then post it tomorrow. Although, I don't know. I might do more tomorrow too. I don't know. We'll see. But either way, I am really happy with how this guy turned out. And yeah, I guess that's kind of it. So before I go, is there any, I don't know, any last questions you guys have for me? Anything you got any other questions for? Anything you need me to discuss? Oh, that looks really like dirt. Let me increase the intensity like a little bit, like right there. Nice. That looks cool. Maybe bring it down just a little bit. There you go. But yeah, you guys got any questions for me? Been lurking. Nice stream, man. Have a good one. Thank you. Well, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. And if you're a patron of mine, obviously, thank you for your support. But yeah, no problem. I'm kind of just putzing around. Are you going to look up VDM brushes? Nope, not really. Sorry. I'm kidding. VDM brush breaker. Small add-ons. Make it easier to vector displacement map. Oh, vector displacement. Right. Yeah, that's not gonna... Sorry. That's not really gonna help me because then you're just transferring the work you did on one screen to another and then displacing it onto the model. You still have to draw the things. So, no, that's not going to help me at all. Sorry. No, thanks. Anyway, I'm going to get going. I will see you guys later. You guys be good. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Don't do drugs. Or do drugs. You're an adult. You can figure it out. But I'm going to head out now. So I will see you guys later. You guys be good. And yeah, these files will be posted later today on my page.